think we're up and ready. Just getting everything set up. I'm doing a couple interesting things here. Did that actually work? I think it did. What are you doing? Essentially, I am... Okay. Stream manager. Just getting some TLC done real fast. Man. You know, the stream manager, at least it remembers I want audio only, but every time it doesn't remute the stream, all I really care about is just reviewing the chat that's going on. And in order to do that, I have like 1, 2, 3, 4 clicks just to get to the app settings where I like it, where I can, you know, see stream chat. Like, why does it take 4 clicks just to look at chat? That should be default. That should be Stream Manager is managing people on the chat. Okay, and it's also just progress barring. Like, it can't even load its own. Anyways, I removed the need for the LD path being hard-coded, which is nice. Or I maybe did. This still says it can't find it. Yeah, we're still getting a shared object error. What I'm attempting to do is configure my built binary. So that should be working fine. I don't know why that's not. But to verify, we're going to re-add these and just do a make run and see what error it fails at. So now we're getting a stack trace because the display couldn't open, right? So this is now properly loading. Oh, lib is actually up one directory. It's not a... Can you specify multiple lib paths? Like lib subdirectory and lib up one directory? There's still something wrong with... Well, I guess that one's right. I was going to say there's still something wrong where it's recompiling every time, but that's because I changed the config file. That has to recompile everything, so that's fine. How's the stream look, by the way? I think it looks fine. One issue, I think it's doing the weird overlap. Yeah, it is. You can see how what's supposed to happen is the active app is supposed to have a gradient, and that gradient then just turns to darkness. Kind of like that. Because typically what's on this corner I don't care about, and I think it looks a little cooler like that. I think that's fine. I guess one last thing to double check. Let's double check my live stream is working. I think it is. Looks good. Cool. So anyways, when this finishes compiling, let's see if we can get the library links to work without having to append the library path. Just makes life a lot easier when you're debugging. Okay. Yeah, so it is working. Perfect. Success. All right, so we no longer have to hard code any of the library paths, at least in Linux. Windows is going to be a whole other can of worms, but what we'll probably do is configure its pipeline, probably with the DLLs in the root path, and or see if we can offload it to a subdirectory as well. But I'm probably going to need to do the same thing actually with server. Each of these CMakes are going to likely need a similar treatment. I don't know if order matters, but I'm going to assume it's before install. Anyways, hope everyone's doing well today. Nothing too exciting. I did do some progress offline before this stream. I'm cleaning up the snowballs project more and more. I'm just trying to make it streamlined a little bit. Arguably, what I may want to consider for today is let's get Snowball server at least starting with all my new config changes and stuff. And then we can work on a MS build CMake pipeline from the CLI, potentially. I wanted to do MinGW, and I still kind of do, but I could add support for, you know, just Visual Studio, especially if I can do it through the CLI. There's just weird dependencies, and it's going to be a pain. But it's something I need to, you know, bite the bullet, not face the bullet. Yeah. Anyway, so position service, front-end service, collision service, and chat are going to have LDD paths that work properly now. Interesting. So the big thing we need to do first is there's a lot of hard-coded configs that you know, one thing, I understand the intent with the underscore default system. However, I don't like it. Just give me a config file. Let me just run with it and don't bother like doing this dynamic lookup crap. You know, just let me bake my config files as a subdirectory. I'm removing a lot of my configs from the CMake. They're just all going to be in CFG. Simple as that. So first things first, in the net system, we're going to take out all of this. Is this NL error enough to kill the client? It does an error, then it call stacks. All right. We need to run a GDB variant of these binaries. So we have this run command. Let's do a GDB variant like this. This logs file no longer needs to be mapped, by the way. I'm trying to remove args like that, but also gdb qx run client file. And now I can just run, you know, like collision service. But then I can also run GDB variant. And this will actually give me a backtrace without having to necessarily go into the log file. Which, to double check, okay, so a config subdirectory is being made. I probably coded that somewhere. I think it's part of the makedir code that I was just looking at. But yeah. So first of all, we're going to remove the havargc support altogether. That junk, I want explicit configs and I just want them to be in one path. It just makes life easier. So like even this config directory thing, I'm half tempted to remove it altogether and just have it support like this. And then if the file doesn't exist, just fail. Don't create the file, don't do anything else. Just fail. Otherwise, load the config. Simple as that. All these override default things we're going to probably remove. I want everything explicit. I don't want anything to be overly aggressive with like auto generation and stuff. Is my general plan. It just makes it easier when you don't have to worry about oddities. All right, so we're going to run it again. Something is still making the CFG directory or the config folder. And also this config directory changed too. I don't need this anymore. This whole system I might just strip out at some point. But before I get too aggressive, another thing is this, you know, CLS message type. This is just a generic logger system. Where is this at though? We have a displayer, which does a log to string. And this is also going to do lines. You can see it here. I want it to have a colon. And ideally for file name, it would do the full path, but Yeah, I don't know if I like... So this is the... This is a deletion thing. Excuse me. If it needs a space, then it sets it to true, but otherwise it doesn't. But why is need space being true? Oh, it doesn't. Here. That's what I think needs to just happen. This logger is overly complex for what it is. It's also not super optimized since it's doing a lot of string manipulation. All right. That should fix at least making it so I can go to like service.cpp. Honestly, though, I'd love for file name or do display. Which is during set param. That's going to be a longer deep dive that I don't want to mess with just yet. Instead, though, that should fix a lot of these so that like service line 624, I append CFG onto this. And I don't want to anymore. Do I? Do I? Frankly, everything should just be the config file. And config directory should never be set. Configure is during main. It's passed as an argument to the iService. Horrible naming convention, by the way. Let's see what we can do with what I just changed. But now if we go to each service, similarly to what I did with client, they all have a config setup thing. In fact, if I search for like .cfg, oh, there's none. I think it's because it was dynamically built with the NEL service, which if that's the case, I might not work. I might have to hard code it as a CFG thing. See, I still get the spaces in that messaging. That's annoying. But This main file is always going to be a CFG folder, so we could probably just do this. Eventually, I'm going to have to go in and heavily clean this up, but okay. Adding module, local gateway factory, standard gateway factory, service, config change to, log directory change to. Those two need to be cleaned up. It does add the config file now, but it says it in a weird way. It says, okay, so in reparse, it does a lookup paths. And inside of lookup paths, when does reparse get called? Yeah, there's still the C check here. But we're not going to worry about that just yet. Hate this. Go past some. So convoluted. Just load the file. Okay, so who calls load? We're going to just get even more bare bones. Yeah, so everything's just calling this. As simple as that, right? Most of these are in share. And this one, honestly, I think we can take out as well. Like, we don't need to hard code this SB config file like this. We can take out the defines and just hard code it. This OS Windows thing needs to also be cleaned up because sure, we can keep developer mode, but we just need this. And then this can just turn into that. Okay. So we need to go back to the config load. Read config file is part of Lego. I'm not going to follow that path just yet, but essentially we're going to go through each thing and dumb all this down. In fact, this function can likely be cleaned up because look at all this commented out code for file name config files. It can be pluralized with a vector, but I don't think that's anymore. There is a config files pointer. here in the config file. So it's appending it every time you hit load. This is just, why is there a file names like this? Can't this just be passed as an argument? Like it's a temporary variable that gets flushed every time you run load, and then it does a pushback immediately after. And it keeps that, and it uses that to detect if the config is loaded. So confused on like why it was written this way. It's very over the top in my opinion. Okay. We're going to remove config directory in every instance of it. Which, this is weird. Is this the iService initializing and setting the variable for config directory? What it looks like. This might be a bit of an aggressive change, but hopefully it simplifies life a little bit, because config directory should never need to be used. This config directory will be fixed always, just the subdirectory of where the binaries are. Keeps life easier, no more default fallback. All right, so all right. So path has a call where it's attempting to stat the FN file, and FN, where is FN even defined? FN is the get file modification date function. Same thing with path at 578. There's a lookup. Set cache file on open. It's reading every line. It's doing a remap. Why is the file pointer not proper with this? File is based on load remapped. Load remapped. I should just cause a breakpoint and run GDB on the debugger here. Maybe I can do that easy. We should actually set that up. I already have a client one, which I think this will work. Yeah, this is working. But I don't think it's actually running the debugger properly. Pretty sure that I can do the same on this. Okay. Then if we run the debugger, this isn't going to be called launch. Okay. In the command directory, there's a program client does not exist. Not fully sure what I've messed up on that. I've gotten this set up before with Rick's email. I'm pretty sure I got that with the server being a dev container. That's going to be in VS Code launch. So this is requesting it via an attach and via launch. We're using CPP debug. Well, the program needs to be the absolute directory as well. Okay. Now we have an abort on the display driver failure. Was this before or after? Hit continue. Normally this runs, we get the X display failed. Oh, we're still using the X display failure. Didn't I remove that? I think I need to rebuild the image real fast. This should go quick. So yeah, I'm trying to get the GDB debugger on so that I can do better stack traces. And then I can also start cleaning up logs and config. I'm just going to make it a lot dumber. I'm going to strip it down, make explicit paths. Okay, so that should make... Come on. You don't need to run autoconfig. Oh, interesting. That actually used my X server potentially. Which is fine. Interesting. It is actually rendering the game inside my dev container on a remote machine and then relaying it over to me. Nice. Regardless, though, this is not... Oh, interesting. The warnings are now properly messaging with the changes on the displayer. However, there's no colon. Oh, that did a full rebuild. Is it doing a... I think displayer could be deeply nested enough that it requires it. Anyways, audio mixer line 552. As a warning if the sound driver fails. And that's a throw scenario. Can you disable sound driver? Like a no sound flag? I know there's a compiler option for it. There's a Boolean of sound enabled. See, to me, this would be an argument that's worth like parsing on the initialization is, you know, having sound or not. But I'm honestly curious. Can I make this work? We will find out. Hmm. We need to have the fmod library also. I don't know why that's not being loaded. That could potentially be the real error. So libnel driver fmod. Where is this getting? Wonder if fmod got moved into a different repository after my changes. If it did, easiest way to find it would be to start an SSH session to the root directory. And then let's just do a file search and a content search. I don't know where this fmod file for now, let's turn off sounds and we can always re-enable it later. Okay. Well, while that's going, let's go back to testing the different services that need to be booted up. Okay. So chat service is not properly getting loaded. There's actually no direct config for that. It's just a generic nel builder. So the fact that it's not working means that my nel loader is still in a bad state. Because this is supposed to here. So path, and we have config file line 456. This is using fn. Fn is doing lookup paths. Lookup paths is based on file names. I hate the naming convention, by the way. Like fn to me is a function pointer. I don't know why we use that as a reserved word, but so adding config, is this message coming up here somewhere? Yes. So this is during reparse. And this is during load. If file name has a config prefix and no config easier than writing C++. That might do it. Yes, it did. All right, so now what it does is log directory gets changed, adding the config file. Log is changed, processor frequency, unknown value for Windows style, starting service. Okay, this means we're getting somewhere. The next issue we have is that naming service actually is not part of Snowball. It needs to be copied over from the other. So copy server build bin. Well, we need to rebuild server actually. Why that failed to load. See if we can fix that with the reload. Okay. It's a little weird that it takes so long to do that step, but okay. We need to rebuild because we've done a bunch of changes to shared. As well as I did a lot of renaming on all these services to clean them up. They're all going to need the new pathlib change as well from Snowball. Like that. I don't think mail form service actually is being built currently. pdlib is a library dependency. PD reference, man, the naming convention is bad. Did I take out the word PD for all of the reference builder services? Maybe I should do the same for this. This will have cascading effects though. Just mental note that I need to do that. Persistent, session browser. This is also why I would love to unify a lot of these programs. There's just so many that it's a pain in the ass to just do anything. AI share. These are all libraries, so I don't think I need to do this, but we'll put it in there anyways. This is programs. This isn't right. This isn't doing anything we care about. 7-zip is a Nel project that has these are just header files. This one, I don't think. Yeah. We're kind of getting into the, the library things. Tick service though, definitely needs it. Same with welcome. And I think Nel Web also needs it. There's so many freaking binaries in this. Okay, so we're going to rebuild. This will take it forever. We'll figure out what the error is on the latest compile. But ultimately, another thing we're going to need to do is in our VS Code settings, we're going to copy over from Snowball these. I think we could actually just do this. I think this is better. All right, so once this finishes building, Snowball, I think, just finished a new compile as well. This may actually run the client. Look at that. It's going to run like crap, but it runs. Cool. That's a screenshot worthy scenario. This over here. Yeah. This is extra interesting because it's actually running, I think, in an X window session. A little weird, but it works. Hey, Darius. I see you lurking. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of cleanup and sanity checks and fixes, and my productivity is shit because I'm just, you know what I mean, iterating stuff. Hey, twin. Moving along. As I was just saying, it's very, it's arduous because I'm cleaning everything and making executive decisions and applying those executive decisions. But I think it's worthwhile architecturally. Setting standards for like all C++ when it saves has to be formatted a specific way. You know, making everything work in dev containers and compile clean. Kind of a Linux first mentality. I'll eventually get MS Build working with Windows and, you know, make it work in tandem, especially for the client. But the server, I probably will not bother at all managing for Windows because it's just too much work and it's not worth it. Definitely once I start getting things running, I'm going to be consolidating a lot of the server side services because there is a fuckload and they all are, I think, overly distributed, especially because you can't scale them due to shared memory constraints. Like, yeah. But we'll have to consider that a little bit more detailed later. But it looks like we got a full compile working now with server right there. It'd take it 4 minutes. Let's see. Entity view service. What does it do? Oh. Well, where are these compiling as? Okay. What do you mean by rendering architecture? Could you clarify what that is in reference to? Okay. We need naming service to be copied over. So let's just do this. To snowball build bin. Theoretically, that's all I have to do. And then if I come here and say, naming service config is not configured. Okay. What's the underlying rendering? Like SDL or straight OpenGL? Okay, so natively it supports OpenGL and DirectX. DirectX 9, I believe. And it uses Qt OpenGL. You can see here. Personally, I think it would be cool to consider moving this up to Vulkan at some point. I mean, that's the thing that's cool is it's freaking open source, dude. We can add rendering, engine stuff on here if we want to go through it. Like I was sizing up, it uses Luabind, which is deprecated and not even maintained anymore. So they have like a fork for Luabind for this project. I would love to just see if I can move it to Sol 2, which is a modern header only Lua binding library, and it's only used for the client. But anyways, yeah, let me show you. This is the actual client running. This is my Windows box in a dev container, remote SSH to another machine, rendering the OpenGL window. So it's very laggy, but that's fine. Obviously, this is just testing. And it's pretty cool that I was able to get that to do the X window. Anyways, Snowball is like a demo of the entire MMO architecture. And I figured I'd target it first for getting things going. It has a weird shift escape hotkey to exit out. And with the lag time, it takes a bit for it to close out. But the point is that it worked, especially with sound disabled. And you can definitely see there are some rendering failures. Oh, nice. Look at that. So now that I made line numbers have the colon properly, you can just shift click it in VS Code and it'll take you to the file. Much better. It's deriving the path just based on the naming convention of the file. So, perfect. That's what I wanted. Anyways, okay, so we're going to go back to server. Server is now compiling and has a lot of binaries. We need to start moving config files up into CFG. We also need to make copies of these in base and start doing what I did with Snowball, which was I made an init command that ultimately initializes your environment in the build directory. In this case, we don't need to worry about data. But this is how you initialize all your configs, which is much better, in my opinion, than the thing it has right now, where like each config file is generated by header files in each build CMake. And it's very unwieldy to get around and figure out where things are. So that's why I'm not a huge fan of it. Okay, so if we run naming service with that config file there, looks like a success. And the file name numbers, sadly, service.cpp is not unique enough. So we're getting, every file that's service.cpp. Config file still works though, which is nice because that's unique. Overall, I'm happy with the debugger. Naming service works. So that's good. Overall, clean. Okay. We're going to go ahead and close that out. Remove the forwardings of that port. And we're going to see if we can get naming service to work. Something like that. Let's see if we can get it to work on here. No, this is server. I want Snowball, sorry. Make run naming service. All right, so now we got the naming service up, and we're gonna slowly spin up the server. So the next one to run is collision service. Okay, so naming as a do register. I think that might be service initialized, service is ready, already inserted into data. Interesting. But it did parse the data path properly. It's also parsing configs properly. The common config, I need to, why does it keep making the config folder? I need to figure out what's doing that and fix it. And log directory is still broken-ish. It seems though that the logs are properly directing though, which is also awesome because, oh my gosh, the root directory was just getting flooded with log files, config files, you know, and it just got hard to even identify where the binaries were. So starting to organize things a little bit. Okay. So next, after collision, let's do chat service. Looks happy. Okay. What is this running, by the way? Nothing. Okay. We got a person. We got a handle. Okay. After that is, we got collision, chat. Now we got front end. And you can see communication between the chat service and front end leading properly. Okay. We already have naming, so we just need position service. Okay. So theoretically, every service is now up. And they all seem to be idle, no problems. Cool. So now, if we run, I don't know if it's going to do a localhost connection. See how it says offline? There's also some issues with some of the files not being found. It does have a / command system, by the way. And yeah, ignore the fact the game is like 2 frames a second, if that. I'll work on making it work in Windows native soon enough. I don't know if you can scroll. I don't think you can. I think one of the first things I'm going to add is / quit and maybe even a shorthand for Q. which is actually harder than you think when you consider how convoluted this stuff is. All right, so help in client doesn't actually have a command. Is this a string pattern that just gets searched? This is command args. There's command.h, which has a command handler add. Game share has commands. Are these all just generic commands? Oops. Man, I'm getting like 20 FPS sometimes. I don't even know what's going on here. I think I'm a GNU that is in a yoga pose and I throw snowballs. Like, that's the game. Weird. Okay. So radar in client has nlmisc commands. In fact, I think if I search client for command, there we go. We can see some of the commands that were added, like music, sb quit. Is there an alias command? No. Is this like a precompile? Yeah, it's a macro. So it has man, this was written in like 2001. It's kind of nuts. But I mean, we're used to EverQuest. We're used to really old code. But Sage extended it in 2004. Ooh. And has a typo. That's been there for, what, 21 years? Okay. Let's see what happens if I change SB quit to just quit. These seem like variables, which is weird. I don't know what these are. Oh, is that why SB quit wasn't? Why am I getting errors? It's like my compiler is struggling a bit. I don't know. Let's just see. If I put it to quit, am I going to have a collision? Is it going to work? We can take this out. It's not actually being used anymore. The X also is not closing the client, I don't think. Ooh. Whatever. think everything here is safe to compile. But we'll wait a moment before we really officially say things. So basically the next step is how do we connect? Snowball, quick start. I don't think this actually tells you. You are online. There was another variant of the documentation as well. I think the README has some notes. Wireframe, chat window, zoom radar, capture the mouse with F9. That's good to know. In fact, let's try this again and then hit F9. Will I lose the mouse? Doing something weird. One issue is I don't know how to scroll. Quit works. That's good. I managed to use Zeal to override the sky scrolling in EQ. Tiny victory. No, that's awesome, dude. It takes a lot of effort and precedent to get all that stuff working. Okay, so we need to figure out how to make snowballs connect. Do we have welcome running, by the way? I might be missing a service. Yeah, I'm missing welcome. Though actually, I don't remember what this one is. This is position. So let's get welcome copied over. So we're going to go over here. And I don't know if we have a config yet for welcome. Assuming we do. But if I do, I don't know if I put it in base yet. Nope, I do not. Okay, so where is the welcome config? Can probably copy it from oh, there's one. In shard config. In samples of shard config. So that would be samples. I don't have that copied right now, but it's in here. Granted, this is probably going to need to be cleaned up, but it's something. So, okay. This is going to be annoying. Net multi shard config, shard1 config, welcome service to snowball build. Let's just put it to base. And then welcome config goes to build bin. So this is getting some errors. Most of them are just because the config probably is jacked up. In fact, let's look at this one and compare it to, let's say, like front end and see how things are configured differently. So first, let's add the root config. What does root config actually have on it anyways? So that's already declaring NS host. NS port I think is fine. LS host, I don't know if that's actually ever defined any of these. It is, and it's configured under client. Oh, we actually define this as, we need to make this just localhost. And also, I think the host is going to be in a different port. I don't know what the 49994 is actually doing. We don't have a login server, by the way. We might need that. We go back to the demo earlier. You can see here for this demo right here, front end login. We don't actually have a login service, do we? So there is one in Nel and S. But I remember there was a conversation I had with Temi about this. That something about login service sucks. I think it's because login service requires SQL. I might create a stub version of login for testing. You know, just like a auth anyone kind of style where there's no SQL database. What exactly does login service have in it? Got our connections. This is essentially like login on EverQuest, I'm pretty sure. I still don't fully know what a shard is, by the way. I can't tell if shard is like an instancing of a single world or if it's like a server. Shard is one of those terminologies that has evolved in naming, you know? How long have I been streaming? I might need to take a break and AFK for a bit. It's only been an hour and a half. So I'll just AFK. I'll be back in like 10 or 20, maybe less. But my next to do is fix login service and figure out how I'm going to put it back into server or whatever. I'm half tempted, by the way, to take the dependencies of Snowball and then just fork them. So instead of copying the binaries from server over to Snowball, and also instead of copying, you know, these shared services inside of shared, instead I'll just clone it and then have a version that is just exclusively made for Snowball for the demo. Because I like my repositories to be standalone and not depend on other services and, you know, whatever. Like, the more you can just clone that repo and go, the better. Only caveat to that is shared, but still, that's not horrible. But that's down the road. I'll be AFK for a little bit. We'll be back. I'm back. All right. Boom. I think what I'll do is I'll copy the login server to Snowball and remove all the SQL dependencies to it. I lost NetLS. This is a sample, by the way. And take this out. Oh no, we already did. Sorry, my brain is not tension there apparently. Okay, so NetLS or NetLNS used to have a few services, and for some reason I decided login service is not needed anymore. What we're going to need to do, copy this to Snowball. Like that. Then we're going to do a little bit of TLC. Like that. And then we need to add it to here. That should have triggered a config and a build. And now login should be included in the build pipeline. And it may fail. We'll see where it's at. But essentially we just added, we got to take out common config. And I went ahead and moved login service as well. At some point, I'm going to need to go in and clean up the number of dependencies again, because like I don't think game share is actually used by Snowball. That compiled first try though. That's pretty nice. All right, so we're attempting to connect to the database and failing because I don't have a database running. We have a database helper, which is running SQL queries. let's see how much integration MySQL has in this service and how embedded it is. So when the connection of the client happens, we have a result system where we try to attempt to find the user. Breakable for verify login password. This is gross. Did I spin up the service at one point? I did. It's on my virtual machine. I could spin that out just to verify against for like table data. But honestly, I'm kind of just tempted to hack this and just... Sadly, there is no interface wrapping at all with this. It's just hard-coded SQL queries inside of all of these calls. There's 128 instances of it, but that's including the helpers. Truth be told, there's what? 1, 2, 3... Do we strip it out? Kind of want to, because it's easier than having a database. Let's double check all the tables that are being used. Is this a pattern it always does? Yeah. We have shard and user. And they're all just raw queries, and they're even doing inline. They're not even binding data. Oof. That hurts my head. Does this mean technically I could do a SQL injection just by passing a password with a terminator on it? Yeah, potentially. All right. We're not going to bother with this. So here's the question. How do we fake this? We could do an in-memory database. We could use SQLite. Ultimately, there's a function called SQL query. And there's like 35 results with it. So it's not used heavily. My debate, though, let's ask Jupyter. Maybe it'll help me with my brainstorming on this. I have a service that uses MySQL pretty minorly. And I'm debating how to rewrite it. It's in C++. It has a, hard-coded SQL query system currently. I'm debating between interfacing a generic storage system and having methods to get set data into it. I can use a memory storage when it's for testing, or I can implement drivers for various, like, later. Is that the ideal? I want to say that is, because that's kind of following solid. I'm not great with C++ and doing solid, though, and I don't think... Yeah, transactions would be nice. It uses basic structs. That's interesting. It doesn't even bother with classes. But it is doing a repository pattern potentially. How is iUser repo? Is I prefix? What's your opinion if you're still around, Twin Cannon? You're doing fucking C# shit. I don't like that. Trying to remember, does C++ have a native interface system? I think that you can just do polymorphism. So yeah, if you just make a struct, does the interface have to be a struct for inheritance? Ooh. Okay. All right. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to start modeling this in a pattern that I would normally do. And I'm basically going to write Go code in C++, which is hacky. Most people are going to hate it, but it'll make my life easier for my brain. Okay, so we're going to have a storage folder. And inside of storage, there will be a storager, potentially. We could possibly do it as a C++ header file. Yeah. And we're going to have a CMake. And all this is going to do is include the file. Do I need much on this? I don't think I need any of this. If this subdirectory only has header C++ files and is referenced by another directory, do I need any other flags or data in CMake lists? I don't think you do. I don't know. CMake lists, one of those complicated things. Okay. I have to do a linking. Target include directory. Okay, let's see if this works. This is going to help with organizing. I feel like I want to use Gemini for some of this. Okay, so Let's figure out what functions are actually being called here, and let's start breaking down the code base. So we have we got, am I going to do it in RESTful pattern, or are we going to do it in probably just get user by a login is what that is. Create user. I like REST pattern. User by login and user create are two methods so far. Okay. What's the next result? We're going to ignore that for now. This is going to be user update. And shard by client application. User, the heck? This is a SQL query that's grabbing all this data when a client is choosing a shard. It's getting the user address from LC. Where's LC? Row fetch, row result. Set the row of 1 by string cookie. Heck, I know it's doing something with cookies, but are we getting cookies for every single shard when you log in? Code is not cool. Zero, one is cookie. The code is not even that complex, but this part confuses me a little bit on what it's intending to do. I don't, because this is going to return a shitload of users, virtually every user. But it's technically user by state. And this is shard by ID. Technically shard by shard ID. And then we have user update again. And user by UID. Then we have user by state, which you already have. I don't like that that's hard coded, but we can do a binding, and by would be a off clause for this. This would be user update again. User by cookie. Guard by WS address. Shard by Shardy. Already got that. Shard, great. Then we have user by UID again. Update. Hard update. And we have user update. Date. This is a shard by. This is just shard. And this is just users. Some of these are pluralized, by the way. In fact, a lot of these are. I think every single one of these is plural. We rarely, unless like user by UID, I think might not. But we'll fix that here in a sec. I forgot to do pluralization. Anyways, this is user by state. Where is this at? This is the select UID field. This is state. So there's not a ton. There's literally just 2 tables, and they have, some data fields. We do need to get the structs now. So maybe I'll just start up my VirtualBox and look at the database schemas. But pretty confident I can make this into like an in-memory login server for testing, and then I'll put the foundation so that we can interface it with any storage down the road. But then if you want to use DynamoDB, or if you want to use some sort of extracted auth system, you'd be able to. Or you just use MySQL or Postgres or whatever the hell you want. Just write the interface, satisfy the methods, you're good to go. I do need to clean up the transaction support as well. That can be a little harder, but I don't think we do a lot of multi-table manipulations in one call. So I won't worry about that too much yet. I think when it comes to the actual server, what the hell is this? I'm trying to click a bookmark and it's putting up a pop-up. Did I mess up my bookmark? Yeah, I did. I think this is in the quick start. There's some links here with crap like this. All right, let's see if phpMyAdmin loads up. I don't think there's a password for root. All right. Fuck, they don't have a user table, do they? Or wait, these are all databases. There we go. So we got a user table. And can you give me the schema? Ah, goody. I don't ever use phpMyAdmin. When was the last time I used this? I can't even remember. I want to dump the tables. Can I just write a query? What is new? Is this going to be a new just raw query? Or is this going to create a new database? Making a new database. But if I go to SQL, I can go ahead and say describe user. Can you do it raw? I don't need whatever this. Did it copy to clipboard? I can't tell. The mouse is like frozen and I didn't get feedback. Oh. Okay. I don't know if that worked or not. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now we have schema. So what we can do is go to Snowball and essentially we do the same thing for, where's the query? It doesn't give you feedback that it copied it to the clipboard. There. Okay. So. What we want to do is abstract this out into a single model, and that'll be our entity. And then we will have a generic interface that's virtual that implements it. And then we'll have a memory integration, which will be the default constructor. And maybe via a config file, you can change that to be MySQL. And in doing so, you have to initialize it with all the different setups. The scaffolding is going to be interesting for that. That also means you would require MySQL no matter what, because of how the integration is, but you could also make a pre-compiler flag for that. So yeah, I think that's fine. I don't really want to write this from scratch, so let's just do this. Let's flip on new. Let's turn this into thinking, and create me a struct, not a struct, class that is a interface for I should split each of these components into their own sub elements and then have storage have a generic. Okay, let me think of how I can do this. So storage could be like an access service and would be an argument for the constructor of a service. I don't want to use the term service though. Okay. I'm trying to remember in clean code architecture, there is a terminology. So you have use cases, entities, controllers, and web. And what we're doing right now is the entities are going to be defined by the database. Currently, we're just going to one-to-one it. We can tweak that later if we need to. The use cases is what I'm calling a service. And that's where the business logic lies that, gates information to and from with the entities. And then the controllers, this one isn't quite right. I guess it is because both the web and the DB are kind of going through each layer. And in order for the DB or the web to access entities, they need to first gate the use cases. In my case, though, the presentation layer is going to be the only manager, really, of the database and the entities. But we just need to think of names for this before I even ask AI to just generate me a template. So basically, you're going to have service suffix for every business logic. And then you're going to have a service would probably just be login service. And the login service would gate all of these data types. Okay. Then we'll have two DBs. We're going to have a shard DB and we're going to have a user DB. assuming we use the word DB. May as well, it's shorthand, it's simple. And the intent is that login service will have these methods. Even make it a struct. Here. Now, each of these methods login service also has local references to the following DB structs. We do them as structs, then the implementation can be virtual. Okay. So then user is a struct with only properties. This is our entity layer. And this contains this data. Why are you taking forever to paste? Because it's the dev container or something, and then this file is considered local? Weird. Try it again. Okay. One thing I need to debate is the nullable fields. We can do a pointer. Are you still around, Twin Cannon, by chance? I should actually message. I'm curious if he wants to debate it. Okay, next. Shard is a struct with only property. to a SQL database, they'll need to be pointers that can be populated by the results of the SQL. Okay. So login service might make more sense as a class, because we can protect what we need and maintain the public for that. That represents our business logic. It has these exposed virtual methods. And protected, or private even, on new, okay. Okay. The shardDB is a struct that represents an interface for our database method. So I don't think I'm using modern C++. So I can't use the error type return. But I can row on fail. I don't know. I could pass a pointer, an argument. I also don't like that. But that's going to be an issue with this. Okay, so shardDB is a struct that represents an interface for our database methods. Ultimately, it has methods that mirror login service below. That involve shard. And the same thing with UCB. So we currently have the word login service as a reserved word. Is that actually a class definition, or is that just the name of this? Okay, we do have a class called login service already. And what we can do is login service by default as an initializer, an updater, and a release. It's a very simplistic service. Down the road, multiple things are potentially going to need to access the data that's in this service. But for the time being, I'm going to self-contain these classes that I'm making so that they are simpler. Okay, then we need to write an implementation. So an in-memory implementation that satisfies UserDB called, I don't know, let's call it like user memory. All right. Let's see how it does. This is a pretty big ask. And I'm using the deep think. Technically, ShardDB will need to be generic and allow you to pass the driver of the implementation, like user memory. Let's see how it derives that, because this is kind of like just generic solid principles. This will be a good test of ChatGPT 5 thinking versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. Okay. Pluralization I don't like, but entities, again, I told you to split the fucking files. Didn't I? I said, write me CPP and header files, splitting it based on responsibility. Entities is a responsibility. No, it is not. These should be split. That's all right. I can work with this. So we're going to have this in storage, and we're going to have user.hpp, sure. Why are you taking so long just to do a file create? Weird. Okay, then we have a database interface, UserDB. We're sending shared pointers of a vector called users. But then users by login, passing arguments for valid. And again, it's doing shared pointers. That should be fine. It feels a little weird though, to be so aggressive with the shared pointer system. To deconstruct, go back to default, shard update, pass a shard instance. That doesn't look bad. One of the issues is rollback errors. I don't know how error handling is going to be managed with this. Maybe I'll ask it about that. And then login service is correct. It's just calling the database. And then user memory has an unordered map. Yeah, so it actually is doing proper implementation. It doesn't look bad at a glance. Okay. So this is user. I might need to split this directory wise a little bit, but we'll wait on that. And then we have shard. Everything's so slow. Okay. Okay, then we have the database layer. Probably should shut this guy down. He's just super slow and probably not even doing good. We'll fix the header files here in a sec. Okay, then we have login service. Is this a header file? Yeah. Okay, and then we have the implementation. Have memory. Header. And then we have implementation. You kind of messed up the file naming convention though. But because like there should be a shard memory. And anything that references shard should be on its own. So actually, did it not do shard memory? It didn't. You missed shard. Okay, so entities is instead, I think just in this case, user. And then in the other case, shard. And then for user memory, this is fine. Why are you erroring? Oh, this is calling DB, but this is only supposed to call user. And possibly user DB. Okay, so shard memory. So this will have shard and shard DB references. And then okay. This is looking decent. Where are we getting errors? Oh, my private for shard memory. Oh, I think I copied it before it was done. Okay. So this abstracts the entire storage service. Login service can technically get implemented now with all of these methods expanding the generic user. This needs user. I think it just needs like everything. User DB, shard DB. Okay. Let's see if it'll build for us. Nope. Okay, and what are my errors? Well, interesting. Login, connection client. Failing. Oh no, it finished. It's fine. Did it even include these files though? I don't think it did. I need to do, and I forget the command. Is it just add subdirectory? How much it freaks out when I do this. Okay. So this implementation in the long run, login service would probably get abstracted out as a independent thing that can be called by any binary that has to do anything with login. For the interim, server handles this. I'm still debating though how I'm going to organize my file structures, because there is an argument that like I make like a CMD folder and then have subfolders for every main package and have that be the entry point for all the main starts. And then the login service would literally just be under login and could be incorporated by any project. I think even the term service could go away for this login package. Like, you know, this login service here is ultimately just the program. There's a class called login service. Oh, it worked perfect. 0 problems. Interesting. Like we have a main somewhere in server. Again, there has to be because there's a login service creation here. Is it this? I don't know what this precompiled definition thing is. Yeah, this is a NTL main. NTL main is literally just defining a main entry. Oof. It's a lot of boilerplate just for main process. Okay. So here's the question. Login service implements iService, which has some like boilerplate helper functions that everything uses, part of the NLNet system. See a login service though expands that with a direct client bool, an initializer, and that's it. But to me, login service is more of just like the main process of the program. It doesn't really have anything that truly represents login. More of just like a wrapper of the entire program. So let's just say we make a folder and we call it command. And then we move everything into it. And in our CMake, we point to this new. Scaffolding. So command is a subdirectory of server. And inside command is login. And also storage is going to be moved over to server and renamed to login. Honestly, this might be renamed to login service. Sorry. That stays login. This becomes login service. And this is now properly login service, where this one is misnamed as login service because we're actually going to rename it to login. Let's find out though if there's any conflicts with the word login. Capitalize, case sensitive. Is the term login ever used as a variable? It is not. So we shouldn't have conflicts. And what we're ultimately doing is treating this as if it's its own failed to apply edits. Why? We got a clogin cookie. We got a clogin service. which we're going to be renaming to clogin. Clogin cookie's fine. Why do we have errors? It's trying to include command, but it doesn't contain a CMake list. Yes, it does. Right here. Maybe I got to rerun configure. Given source does not have storage. There is no storage anymore. Wait, did you not retry? What's going on? CMake is not configuring. Anyways, the other thing we're going to be doing is taking out the word service. Okay. Hey, Dead Zergling. I am indeed trudging along, getting myself into trouble. All right, so it configures now, right? Yes. Can I build it? In theory, it'll work, and it'll now generate a login binary. Instead of login service, it'll now be login, and this will also impact the name of the config file. It'll now be login as well. There's still something generating the CFG. Okay. That's kind of a way to think of it, yeah. So to recap, server-side logic / binaries. Server command, entry point for server binaries. Server login service, wrapper class that implements login storage logic. And right now it's just login storage logic, but down the road I'll likely remove more and more out of like more and more. Login is just going to be a stub that manages all of the login related processes. And then login service will be the bread and butter. And that abstraction just allows you to import login service logic to other services. Is kind of my theory. For the interim though, login service is a wrapper for storage. And what we could even do to make this look better is we'll make a new folder. We need a naming convention though. That's the thing that I don't have right now. So like our new entity types is we have entity, which is currently just the base name object. We have business logic, which is really just service suffix. And then we have the what is it called? Storage interface. And that would be a DB suffix. And then we have, storage implementation, which has a implementation suffix. So this would be like shard SQL or shard memory. And this would be like shard DB. And this would be like login service. This would be like shard. So this is clean. One of the issues, though, is we have a little bit of ambiguity with the entity system. We also we don't know how we're going to organize these folders. I think I can ask ChatGPT if it has an opinion on it. Okay, I'm trying to do a solid like architecture for my C++ code, and as described in Untitled, what makes sense for folder structure? Let me see what he thinks, because 4.1 will just knee-jerk answer with like generic design patterns that a lot of people implement, because it's not like the solid is a new concept. By the way, does login service on initialization properly construct itself? Yeah, you see this? The shard-db instancing is perfect, so that on construct, you have to pass instances of these interfaces, and then these interfaces have implementation requirements, right? They're all virtual methods, and that's what memory implements. Why are you taking forever? This was a simple question. You're using 4.1, and you're still thinking. Okay, finally going. All right, so they want to say service, entity, and storage. And then storage implementation. Is there anything wrong with storage implementations being a subdirectory? Storage, e.g. storage, memory, storage, equal? Common and clean. Okay. So storage will have the DB suffixes. And then implementations will be like this. A rule of thumb, though, is that every database table needs to be guarded by one service. Just to help with conflict of interest. But that service can be implemented by any program. So, okay. Now the service part, I don't think I want that to be a subdirectory. Entity's fine. The only problem though is entity is going to be referenced externally. Guess that's not end of the world though. Oh, I don't need storage H. I don't know why storage H is there. That's like old code. Okay. What this does. Another question for it though. When generating CMake lists for sub items inside a login service that may be accessed elsewhere, should I link it all as login service? So when another app needs it, they can just call it get access to login service, userdb. Ideally, userdb should be protected from that external porting, but entity stay public. With that in mind, storage entity should be public. Yep. Internal storage implementations should be private to login service and not exposed to external targets. The main target should be login service, which exposes only what you want. So, okay. So basically, we set our include directories, so only entity is public. And link internal storage as private. Oh, you can do linking with private and public. Perfect. I didn't know you could do that. Is it smart to have a root CMake list refer to subdirectories like you last noted, or is it better to define it in each folder? Usually I'm used to it being in each folder. Okay, so why did you do that then if you're not supposed to? So why did you earlier do this? Shouldn't these includes be in subdir CMake lists instead? I'm questioning the AI. Yeah. So you fucked up. I think you just did it for brevity and okay. Yeah, that's what I'm used to. So it's not like I'm worried. It was more just confusion. So what we need to do is we've defined login service, which really is just this implementation. Now, do I make target include directories go into a subdirectory? I don't know if that's a pattern that's normally done here. Do I make, since login service requires, well, this HPP is fine. It's right here. But it requires user. Well, this is technically what I did here. I think if you just add subdirectory, it'll fix it. I don't think I need to worry about this. I don't know if I need the storage part. I think we can take this out. So this now needs to have entity storage, and that's it. So login service is a class now that can be implemented by anybody. It's abstracted out. And then storage needs to be privated, while entity needs to be public. Let's see if it builds. Looks happier already. So for the interim, everything's going to be public. But here's the design pattern. So login service is a guard that essentially gives you access to a storage. And that storage is either in memory or in a database. The in-memory one is probably only going to be used by command login. Because otherwise we have to create some sort of like memory map system. But this design pattern allows you to swap the implementation, because ShardDB is a generic interface that, as long as this gets implemented, you can you can swap it on the fly. So login currently has a bunch of tags right here. And each of these tags I'll have to swap out with this new login service. But I can pass these arguments into login service and strip out all of the SQL implementations inside of the login binary. And then I can do some if-defs if I want to have some pre-compiler options for SQL support natively or not. Or I can just bake it always with SQL and then just have a config file that lets you flip between them. Or I can put it as a command arg flag or something, but that's kind of the intent. We'll see if I can get that far. All right, we got to almost there, but we have an error somewhere. What are my errors? Okay, so we're still having reference errors. Honestly curious. In SQL, for EKEMU, this happens often where like zone has subdirectories that it needs to include. And in the CMake list, they do this, which is gross. They also manually define every header and file. The part I'm curious about, though, is how does CLI get referenced? doesn't. So how does CLI get... Oh, CLI is gross. That's not a good example of what I'm asking. Doesn't world do it too? Don't. Okay, let me just ask GPT, because I know you can do this, I just don't ever do it. Login service dot HPP has a dependency of user.hp, which is in the subfolder entities. How do I configure to ensure that, I think it's just like include directory. You need to add the entity into the include directories. Oh. That makes sense. If I set some include directories to private, will other packages be unable to import it? Or what does the private flag do on target include? Because technically that's how I want it structured. That's exactly what we want. Actually, that's perfect. That's 100% what I'm after. The issue, though, is... So technically, memory is an implementation that needs to be exposed to a third party. So it feels weird that, like, storage isn't exposed, but then user memory is. I don't know. I'll have to think about that, like if I can design it better. But regardless, to see if it compiles. And if it does, we're moving towards a pretty major change for the general structure of this code base. I mean, I probably won't obviously implement it into everything, but the things I do implement it into are going to be heavily benefited from it. And probably my low-hanging fruit for some of that is literally what I'm doing right now, which is like login service. I want it to be able to spin up with different scenarios, and I want to make it where interchanging that implementation is easy. And I think this is a design pattern that can make it pretty dang easy. Plus, now login service is abstracted out where another program could invoke it later. But that's for later. I'm not quite committing to shifting the entire command login into login service, but maybe down the line. Anyways, this is looking like it's doing good. What we need to now do is this now has a link. Is there no target include directories? Wait. So if I want login CMake list to include the login service library, do I just call, where do I, what's the command? I want to say it's like you use add library. No, target link libraries. Okay, so it's the same. Oh, it's right here. You. Asking, do I have to add the add subdirectory like that? Yeah. I think we're fine. We'll see if this compiles. And then when it does, we can now finally actually implement the login service as a implementation in clogin. So where is clogin anyways? All right, so clogin is a class, and it's actually never even defined in a header. Has public variables. Does it have anything public, private? Nope. So we're going to add in probably lowercase. And this will be a instance login service. You won't need to nil check it because it'll always be there. Whoa, my file is getting messed up. Why? Okay. So on initialization, login service is equal to a new instantiation of login service. I might need help with this. Yeah, so the linking worked fine. To instantiate login service, would I use a pointer? Pointer? I'm going to have to pass it the two objects as well. In this case, it'll be the memory instances because we don't have a glue system yet. So like, that might be a little gross. Why are you taking so long? You usually are like instant. And also autocomplete's like lagging. Shared memory has to be constructed. My machine is taking forever with every operation, and I don't know why. Let's find out why. This machine is not that intensely being used. Why are you taking forever to even format? Taking forever to run my command. Taking forever to execute my option. I mean, I do know I have a bazillion instances of stuff open, but I need instant. I need... Okay. The login service is not found. And the login service is normally included with this. And this is because of the private, I bet. Let's find out. I mean, we're getting pretty far. We may have a success, which feels weird if that actually did work. Hate that it's boost. All right. So we have an error somewhere. Obviously, these files are not found. Is that true though? Like, is that truly where this is failing at? Yeah. think I have to do the include command. It's not end of the world. I just a little gross looking. So from the source directory, we're now in command. Now we're in server. That might fix it. Take it a while. Ugh. I need to minimize my compiler still more. Remove more dependencies. Like, I don't know if game share is ever actually truly used. Which is technically just shared. We could have seen this in here. Game share has a CMake flag of it'd actually be the parent directory of it. It always adds it, but I think we could actually move this here. Let's see. I know it was about to finish, but still. Yeah, see, that stripped off 150 odd files just doing that. See, I'm slowly shrinking it. These Nell 3D stuff could potentially also. I have a feeling though that could all be used. Yeah, because that has like the drivers and stuff. I don't think I can get away with not including that. Yeah, I'm pretty confident Snowball uses that, which is fine. We're still shrinking it down. Okay, well, let's see if I can finally get login to resolve these dependencies. If it does, I now have implementation. Nope. And it's the exact same error. Okay. Here's the current source directory. We're going up 2, 3. I think that's why. Gotta love C++ and how long it takes every time you have to rebuild a CMake change. This is all I can remove. All this because I don't want to have to spin up a MySQL database. But, you know, what we could do while we're waiting on this part is we could actually start implementing the new changes. So if we search for SQL, nothing else, we can start abstracting these methods out. If we go to login service, storage, SQL, we currently have no files in there. We could replicate these over and turn these into SQL suffix files. Might mess with my compiler, but all right. So any instance of shard memory now is called shard SQL. And any instance of user memory, now users. Okay. And what was my error? Exact same error. Still don't see it. Why not? Probably a requirement for like that. Are you telling me you expected a semicolon? Shard SQL is fine. Why is shard SQL not being detected as a shard SQL? This isn't a function declaration. On here. Oh. That helps. Okay. Anyways, the reason I was starting to work on that is potentially instead of these generic like shard create methods, I can now start looking for all these SQL patterns and take these queries. Problem is I'm going to want to modernize this. What I could do we have a full transaction list here. But we could break it down into each subsection. Once this compiles, and we at least succeed on getting this service to implement, hopefully. Nope. Are we still getting the same error? We still are getting the damn error. Why is login service still not includable? Login service is declared here. Remake lists is trying to do a target include with 1, 2, 3 login service. 1, 2, 3 login service as an include directory. But it can't include that. I'm also linking it here. Oh, I'm doing .h. That still doesn't fix. Oh, it did fix it. Okay, so login service is now properly getting included. So what is different? Login service needs, what do we actually implement? Shard memory and user memory, which is under storage memory. Shard memory, user memory. Am I doing something wrong? Shard memory header, user memory header. Instantiate it. Why can't you open it? Okay. Pretty sure that was just a go bad habit there. Login service should be a type. Did you mean login service? You mean the thing I called it? What are you doing? I said build. Oh, semicolon. Okay. Undefined reference to vtable for shard memory. Okay, we're getting farther. This is a fun one. The compiler expects shards memory to have a virtual function table, but the linker can't find it. This usually happens when there's at least one virtual function. The implementation of at least one of the virtual functions is missing. Make sure you provide an out-of-line definition for any virtual function. Come on, just give me the message. Okay, so my CPP file needs an out-of-line declaration of the constructor, supposedly. Let's see if that fixes it. Do we get one less, or we still have 4? We still have 4. Got a better idea? I already add this. Add this to your shared memory HPP file. Or CPP. I did. Literally did. You are not helping me right now. Let's flip you to like Gemini 2.5. Give him a better context. Give him the error. And let's also give him the storage. And let's see how he does. Are you going to tell me the same thing? Guess I should have put the CMake. Okay, so it's telling me the exact same thing. Sure, that shard is being compiled. Your CMake should look like this. It's definitely being compiled. And you could have saw that. You had access to it. Interesting. Is it possible because of my target link libraries? They just keep repeating the same shit. But it has that, unless I'm missing something. Add the destructor to CPP. Ensure that is part of your library build. Oh, I haven't linked it, essentially. I think I'm... Okay, so this is storage memory. This is storage SQL. Storage memory is not an interface. Where's memory source code? Storage SQL. Okay, then in my CMake, oh, I'm not adding the subdirectories, right? Because storage doesn't add memory nor SQL. There's a chance I didn't even need to do those linkings, but wait, no, I'm doing this wrong. Add library storage, target include directory storage as public with the CMake current source directory, and link storage privately to storage memory and storage SQL. Don't know if private's going to. Then in login, make sure that the directories have entry and storage. They do, but also you want to target link that. Wait, what happened there? I hit configure. It didn't run configure. It just sits here. What are you doing? I'm going to reload this window. I feel like it's like being really slow for some reason, even though the server is not lagging right now. Okay, so add subdirectory is failing on storage CMake because why? Typo. Next, storage memory CMake is typoed again. I'm going to see if I can comment this out and get this to work still. I'm honestly curious. It'll just work now because I added the subdirectory now properly, but probably not. Cannot include storage SQL in storage SQL. Yeah, because there's no library. I'm curious if this works. Probably won't. It's worth trying. Worth it though, because if I can get this all done, I'll have an example that I can copy paste of structuring all of my imports, abstracting my services into classes so that there's separation of concern. I'll have an entity format. It got dependency injection, technically open close, not full solid, but it's close enough. It's better, in my opinion. Even though this one is super simple, you're inlining all of your SQL integration, and then I have to like create precompile what is it? Precompile definition in C++. What is a if def called? Like preprocessor directive, precompile directive. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, what errors do we got? Weird error for sure. What did that come from? It's trying to link storage, but it doesn't have it. What's making it attempt it? This is. Okay. I'm debating if I even want to bother transferring the MySQL helper over. Is there a header only does use service.h from Nell. And we're getting back to that error. Fine. Fine. No sources given. What do you mean? Well, yeah, because memory source. Oh. I think this is just source. No sources given. Target storage. Storage. What do you mean? Because there's two files here. They're both header files though. Oh, you know what? That could be a problem that I've been suffering this whole time, is that I'm using HPP and not H yet. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix it on the. Still says it can't find it though. But you can see this is old. Oh, there's HPP references inside of the dependencies. All right, so .hpp in every instance should just be .h. Okay, so it's informing now that it doesn't know our user age. Header files. So shard H is not known. The shard H is right here. It's in the entity system. You just don't know where entity is currently. How were you including it before? My question. Let's see this. Storage SQL shard.sqlh includes shard edit entity. How do I configure my CMake files to do the linking? Really, it's going to be up two directories. meant to say build. Why did you recompile the config? Fuck. I'm rebuilding everything again. Oh well. Is miscellaneous needed? Anything to like reduce my compile time? What does miscellaneous have in it? It's got a lot of shit. How many of these? Like, what does the CMake file look like for this? Yeah, it's used. It's a requirement. What about GUI? GUI might not. Okay, now it doesn't like this. Oh snap. I think I finally got it working. Took for a while. But now that I have the scaffolding, I can use this over and over. So I think it was worth the time. All right, so now we have a login service being instantiated. Let's see if login even runs. Oh, it's now called login. It did run. Obviously, it's just going into the database, but theoretically, I now have this working. What would be a good test? Is that what you're supposed to do? Is new? Okay. So now a login service is immediately going to try to initialize itself with the MySQL helper. But what we're going to do instead is do a really simple login service shard create. And it needs a shard and then try to get a shard. Are you not updating? Like, why is this taking so long for everything? Like, my IntelliSense is laggy. Shard by shard ID. So the shard ID can just be a numeric value. Does shard have shard ID database? I don't. Okay, so we've implemented shard ID. How does shard ID even get fetched? Honestly, now that we have it set up like this, we could actually anyway, shard by shard ID, find, doing a find call on by ID, which is a stored memory with int32t for next ID. I don't want shard ID to be auto incremented. Fine though. We can work with that. In fact, with this in mind, shard.h does not need. I don't like this int strings differentiator, and I also don't like the comments. Not needed. Okay, why don't you like this? Login is line 50. Shard create is a pointer. Can I get a pointer to it? Or what's going on here? So shard create wants a const called shard pointer address. Do I need it to? What am I doing wrong here? That enough? Yep. Okay. We're getting a sig pipe failure, but it's because of SQL. I think this is working. NL info shard count. Do like a generic. Did it actually compile? No. Why are we taking forever? Jesus. I'm very impatient. Why is account has no member? It's right there. New shard is an instance. It is a pointer, so I guess C++. Okay. So, where is this message? You can see it. Okay. Shard account. Can't see it. What's a line that's right by it? Actually, if we run a debugger on it, that's probably easier. Let's just debug. Oh, we need to add a. Oops, forgot a comma. There. Cool. Do we get actual, look at that. GDB complete with dump data. Okay, so now if we step, we can see that shard does indeed have an account field. Okay. So now we've just passed back a fetch for new shard. But new shard isn't giving us data. Is this an empty pointer? Okay. Supposed to be returning it based on the shard DB. Do we have that data, or is that considered outside the login? I can't see that. Pause here, restart. Continue. Okay. We still have no access to shard DB. I don't know why. But we do have shard ID set to 1. Oh, this is technically in shard DB itself. So we have an implementation in memory for shard by shard ID. That would be here. There we go. So what we know is that we have a by ID array and it is empty, or at least all has them. You can see that account is here, but then it's trying to return and it's seeing if IT is equal to the end. And if it is, just return pointer. Otherwise, nil pointer, and then otherwise do a return of the object. So at this point, our return object, going back up the stack, we're just getting a get method. We want it to return the actual shard. Interesting. Why am I having issues like fetching data like that? Will you help me? Let's see. Shard memory has the implementation. Go ahead and stop this. I guess another thing to double check is if we do run the debugger, do we actually get the file number? Oh, we're segfaulting. Why? I noticed this is actually returning a null pointer, right? Is it like NL panic or some shit? Aren't you happy with this? There is one. Why are you expecting something that's not there? Is it like, is my memory bloating? What's going on here? one of the CPUs is going really high during a compile. Memory has a ton left, but I am using quite a lot. Some of these instances are a bit high on memory usage, but whatever. Oops. New shard not found. Maybe it's because the index is actually 0. New shard not found. So we get the pointer. We're pushing it back into all. This element is here as a getter in the shared pointer thing, right? When you do shard by, okay, so we're going to go back up the stack. We're going to step forward. We're going to go down the stack again. This is by ID. But how is by ID getting added? Because by ID is empty. Like this code feels incomplete. Yeah, there's just a bunch of junk. But when you create a shard, there is no assign or bind. Oh, crap. He's adding makeup methods. Fuck. That's what's my problem. Didn't I explicitly say don't? Yeah. The database has this implementation. But then you have these helpers. And I don't want the helpers. I want it just to fucking magically work. So when you run bind, then the by ID gets generated. What's worse is that it decided to fabricate the shard ID. Which, by the way, is shard ID normally declared? Like, what is the deal with shard ID? So int32 shard ID. Usually it's generated by the database is what it's trying to tell me. I think shard ID is a representation of each connection. What modifies shard ID? This has its own shards management system. Which, by the way, that also should be in the login service eventually, but... And then C shard also... Why does shard even have a table? right. Well, I'm getting close. Everything that I have problems with right now are more just my own fault because I've added shit. But, and then AI is stupid. But overall, big milestone. Client works now. Login has been repaired. Well, login has a lot of work to do. We now have welcome service running. We've added in this new abstraction for login, which may or may not be a regret. And shared, I've cleaned up even more. And client and server still haven't been touched too much, but we're moving along. We're making progress every day. How long have I been streaming now? How long have I been caught up in all this? Let's see. 4 hours. Last time I looked, it was an hour and a half. So I ended up burning an extra 2.5 hours. Jeez. But I got a lot done. And a lot of what I did was kind of essential, I guess. Essentially rewriting login in a lot of ways, but just starting with the database. All I wanted. I want to make it so I can design a virtual, like memory-based database system. Unfortunately, AI decided to go a little crazy with it and like add these new functions, even though the entity didn't support it. So just being dumb. But anyways, how life goes. We'll have to check. I have some other junk on server that needs to be fixed. I'll commit those probably a little later. I don't know where server is right now. Guess I'll do one last check before calling the day. Guess I could do it with client too, but yeah, client's all sort of jacked up because I've like messed with my imports a lot. I'll probably redo that once I get, I mean, Snowball works. I got the client fully spun up. I got all the server software working. The only part I'm missing is that login has a dependency to SQL, and that's exactly what I'm working on. So once I get that lit up, that's also going to be really nice because the scaffolding I'm doing with login should transfer over to server. And then at least when we're local testing, you don't care about auth, right? You just want it to, have this in-memory quick whatever. Maybe I'll look at storing some data, but I just want it transient per service for now and just make it like auto accept any sort of connection. And then, of course, when you go production, you turn that feature off. And I'll probably even disable the memory-based system if your build is release, or I don't know. I'll have to think about that later. I'm not too worried. I mean, server's in a decent shape considering the number of edits I've done, with the fact that it's still compiling over 50% of it, no problem. And same with client. Client just has dependency issues, so I'll fix that soon. Anyways, I think I'm going to call it. I'm starting to feel tired, but it was a good day. Tomorrow's Friday, so it'll be an exciting time. I have a weekend and we can figure it out. But hey, if you've been hanging out or if you watch this on YouTube, you're appreciated. Very long sessions, but hopefully they're educational and you can kind of just see what I'm working on. But yeah, I hope everyone has a good evening. And I've been pretty good lately where I'm streaming every day. It'll be interesting to see how I stream though if I'm out adventuring, which I might be doing tomorrow night. But if I do it tomorrow night, it'll probably be later tomorrow night. It's exactly 11, so I think that's a good calling point. Yeah. But yeah, server might be working. So cool. Anyways, all right. You guys have a good one. Take care.